On the evening of April 10th, 1815, a mountain on a small Indonesian island produced a sound so powerful that soldiers 800 miles away mistook it for cannon fire and prepared their garrisons for battle. There was no battle. There was no enemy fleet, no distant war reaching their shores. What they heard was Mount Tambora on the island of Sumbawa, tearing itself apart in the most powerful volcanic eruption recorded in human history. The mountain lost nearly a mile of its own height in a matter of hours, collapsing into a crater almost 4 miles wide. Ash fell so thick across the surrounding seas that ships anchored more than 300 miles away found their decks buried under a layer of gray powder, and their captains, unable to see the sun, believed the world itself had gone dark. Roughly 10,000 people on Sumbawa died within days, buried under flows of superheated ash or drowned in the wave the eruption threw across the strait. But the eruption's true reach would not be understood for more than a century, because the story of Tambora does not end on that island, or even in that year. The gas and ash the mountain threw into the sky climbed higher than any weather system, into a layer of atmosphere where nothing on Earth's surface could touch it. It stayed there, it spread there, and by the following summer it had wrapped itself around the entire planet. In June of 1816, more than 10,000 miles from Sumbawa, farmers in Vermont and New Hampshire woke to find snow falling on their fields. In Switzerland, in Ireland, in the German states, crops that should have been growing tall under summer sun instead rotted in frozen soil. No one connected the failed harvests in New England to a mountain most of them had never heard of, on an island most of them could not have found on a map. This is the story of how a single eruption, in a single week, in a place almost no one in Europe or America had heard of, reached across the entire globe and rewrote a year that people would later remember by a name it never should have needed, the year without a summer. This is Quiet History at Bedtime. If this is the kind of story that holds your attention, a subscribe means everything right now. Every detail in this account comes from government archives, legislative records, and current academic research on the period. Just relax and let this play as you drift into sleep. Now, let us begin. In 1815, the island of Sumbawa sat within a chain of volcanic islands the Dutch had claimed and mapped for 2 centuries, though in that particular year it was not the Dutch who governed it. Napoleon's wars in Europe had reached even this far, and when French forces occupied the Netherlands in 1806, Britain moved to seize Dutch colonial holdings across Asia before France could use them as a staging ground. In 1811, a British expeditionary force defeated the Dutch colonial garrison on Java, and administration of the territory passed to a young colonial officer named Thomas Stanford Raffles, appointed lieutenant governor at the age of 30. Raffles had spent the previous decade working for the East India Company in Penang, and his appointment placed him in charge of a colonial holding stretched across thousands of miles of island territory, most of it governed only loosely from a single administrative center in Java. The previous Dutch governor, Jan Willem Janssens, had surrendered the island after a short campaign, and Raffles inherited an administration with almost no reliable communication to the smaller islands scattered across the outer edges of the archipelago. Reports from those outer islands typically reached Java by ship, a journey that could take anywhere from several days to several weeks, depending on the season and the availability of a vessel willing to make the crossing. This meant that anything happening on an island as distant as Sumbawa was, in practical terms, invisible to the colonial government until someone chose to sail there and report back. A fact that would prove decisive in how slowly the full scale of the coming disaster became known. Sumbawa itself was not a single kingdom, but a patchwork of smaller ones, each paying tribute to whichever larger power controlled the surrounding sea lanes. The kingdom of Tambora sat on the northern peninsula of the island, built directly on the slopes of the mountain that shared its name, with a population of roughly 10,000 people who spoke a language found nowhere else on Earth. To the east sat the kingdom of Sangar, and further along the coast the kingdoms of Pekat, Dampu, and Bima, each governed by a Raja who answered in turn to the colonial administration far away in Java. Bima was the largest of these, functioning as a regional trading center where ships from Java, Sulawesi, and further east converged to exchange goods before continuing their routes through the archipelago. The Raja of Bima held a position of informal seniority among the surrounding kingdoms, and disputes between smaller territories were often settled through his court, rather than through direct appeal to the distant colonial government. The economy of these small kingdoms ran on rice grown in volcanic soil, on dried sappanwood sold to Chinese merchants for red dye, and on horses bred specifically for trade with buyers on Java, where Sumbawan horses were known for their endurance. Coastal villages along the strait made their living from this trade, and market days brought traders from across the region to exchange dye, rice, and livestock for cloth, salt, and tools carried in from Java and beyond. Sappan wood itself required weeks of preparation before it could be sold, cut into sections, dried under open sky, and stacked in bundles that traders would carry by boat to buyers waiting in Bima or further afield in Java, where the red dye extracted from it was used in textiles sold across the region. A household engaged in this trade typically measured its year not by season in the way a farmer might, but by the rhythm of drying, cutting, and shipping that determined when income would arrive and when it would not. In one such village near the base of the mountain, in the early days of April 1815, a family of dye traders, a father, his two sons, and a household of workers who processed sappanwood for shipment, prepared their goods for a market day like any other, unaware that it would be among the last ordinary days the village would ever see. The mountain above the kingdom of Tambora stood roughly 14,000 feet high, a height that made it one of the tallest peaks in the entire archipelago, its summit visible from ships more than 60 miles out at sea. Sailors navigating the strait between Sumbawa and its neighboring islands used the mountain's distinctive shape as a fixed point of reference, the landmark against which every approaching vessel set its bearing before entering the narrower waters closer to shore. No eruption of any real consequence had occurred within the living memory of anyone on the island, and the mountain was regarded less as a threat than as a fixture of the landscape, as permanent and unremarkable as the sea itself. This was the condition of the world Tambora sat within on the first days of April 1815, a colonial administration stretched thin across a war-torn empire, a cluster of small tributary kingdoms going about the ordinary business of planting, trading, and preparing for the next market day, and a mountain no one thought to watch. On the evening of April 5th, the ground beneath the kingdom of Tambora began to shake, and within hours the mountain produced its first eruption, a column of ash and fire visible from the sea for more than 100 miles in every direction. The sound of that first eruption carried as far as the port city of Makassar, nearly 400 miles to the north, where officials recorded it in their logs as a distant, unexplained thunder with no evident source. In Java, more than 800 miles away, colonial officers heard the same sound and interpreted it as cannon fire, a signal that a hostile fleet had engaged a garrison somewhere along the coast. Troops were placed on alert. Ships were readied to respond to an attack that did not exist, because the sound reaching Java's shores had traveled not from an enemy vessel, but from a mountain no one in the colonial government had considered worth monitoring. Similar reports arrived from Surabaya, from the island of Bali, and from ships anchored along the northern coast of Java, each describing the same distant, rolling thunder, with no visible storm to explain it. Some captains altered their courses to investigate, believing they might find a vessel in distress or a battle already underway, only to find open water and a faint haze of ash drifting across the horizon toward the southeast. Near the base of the mountain itself, the dye trading family in the coastal village watched ash begin to drift down over their drying racks of sappanwood, coating the red dye in a fine gray powder that no amount of brushing seemed to clear. They did what their neighbors did, covered their stores, moved their animals under shelter, and waited for what most assumed would pass by morning, the way smaller tremors and minor ash falls had passed before in years no one now remembered clearly. For 5 days, the eruption continued at this first level of intensity, throwing ash into the sky above Sumbawa, but giving no clear signal of what was still to come. Then, on the evening of April 10th, the mountain's eruption changed in character entirely, moving from a single column of ash into 3 distinct columns of fire that rose from the summit and merged into one mass in the sky above the island. Pyroclastic flows, mixtures of superheated gas and volcanic material moving faster than any person could outrun, poured down every side of the mountain simultaneously, reaching the sea on multiple coasts within minutes of one another. The flows struck the water with enough force and heat to generate a wave that crossed the strait toward the neighboring islands of Lombok and Bali, arriving in places as a wall of water more than 12 feet high that drowned people on shores who had felt no earthquake and seen no warning. In the coastal village near Tambora, there was no time for the dye traders or their neighbors to reach higher ground before the flows arrived, and the settlement that had stood for generations was erased within minutes, along with every other village on that stretch of coastline. Later surveys of the wave's reach recorded flooding on the coast of Sangar at a height of nearly 12 feet, with lesser but still destructive waves recorded striking shorelines on Bali and along the eastern coast of Java itself, more than 200 miles from where the flows had entered the sea. Fishing boats anchored in harbors across the region were found smashed against the shore or missing entirely, and coastal rice paddies closest to the water were left coated in a mixture of ash and seawater that would poison the soil for growing seasons to come. The eruption's sound this time did not stop at Makassar. It reached the island of Sumatra, more than 1,600 miles from Tambora, where witnesses again mistook it for artillery and prepared for an attack that, once more, was not coming. Ash fell continuously for days afterward, and in regions 300 miles from the volcano, the sky remained dark enough that residents could not see the sun for the better part of 2 full days. Ships navigating the surrounding seas found the water itself changed, choked with floating rafts of pumice stone thick enough in places to slow a vessel's progress through what had once been open water. Ash reached Batavia on the far side of Java, more than 900 miles from the volcano, settling as a fine gray dust on rooftops and in courtyards of a city whose residents had no idea what had caused it. Farther out to sea, vessels bound for India and beyond reported ash falling on their decks for days after passing anywhere near the region, a detail logged in shipping records without any of the captains understanding its source. By the time the eruption subsided, the mountain that had stood roughly 14,000 feet tall had lost nearly a third of its height, falling to roughly 9,000 feet and collapsing into a caldera almost 4 miles across and more than half a mile deep. The kingdom of Tambora, built on the mountain's northern slope, no longer existed in any form that could be located or rebuilt. Its population of roughly 10,000 people gone within the eruption's first hours, buried beneath flows that gave no time for escape and left almost nothing behind to bury. The language spoken only in that kingdom disappeared with its speakers, surviving today only in a short word list a passing visitor had recorded years earlier. The only fragment left of a community the eruption removed from the world entirely. Word of the disaster reached Raffles in Java slowly, arriving first as fragments, reports of a great noise, of ash falling on ships far out at sea, of a wave that had struck islands hundreds of miles from Tambora's coast. Raffles dispatched a British officer, Lieutenant Owen Phillips, to travel to Sumbawa directly and determine what had actually happened on an island the colonial government had, until that point, paid very little attention to. Phillips arrived months later, in August of 1815, and what he found bore almost no resemblance to the island described in any prior colonial record. Villages that had existed for generations were simply gone, their locations marked only by ash fields stretching for miles in every direction from where the mountain once stood at its full height. Where the mountain's northern flank had once risen toward its summit, Phillips found instead a wall of bare, ash-gray rock dropping away into a crater whose bottom he could not see clearly from any vantage point available to him. Later surveys, conducted decades afterward with more precise instruments, would measure that crater at nearly 4 miles across and just over half a mile deep, figures that confirmed what Phillips could only estimate by eye during his brief visit. Trees for miles around the mountain's base stood stripped of every branch and leaf, their bare trunks the only remaining marker of where dense forest had covered the slopes less than half a year earlier. Phillips interviewed the Raja of Sangar, one of the few local rulers whose territory had survived the eruption's immediate blast, and recorded an account of the disaster as it had been witnessed from a neighboring kingdom, rather than from within the one that had been destroyed. The Raja described 3 columns of fire rising from the mountain before merging into a single mass, ash falling in darkness so complete that people could not see their own hands, and a silence afterward broken only by the sound of stones still falling from the sky. He told Phillips that survivors from Sangar's own territory had gone without food for days afterward, since every stored grain and every growing field within reach had been buried under ash too deep to dig through in the time available. Phillips recorded these details without embellishment, noting distances, quantities, and the condition of the land in the same measured language a surveyor might use to describe a stretch of coastline, because his assignment was to document what had happened, not to interpret it. That distinction between recording an event and explaining it would define the limits of what anyone could say about Tambora for the next 100 years, since the tools required to understand an eruption's effect on global climate did not yet exist in 1815. Phillips's report, along with testimony gathered from surrounding kingdoms, became the primary record from which the outside world would eventually understand what had happened on Sumbawa, because no written account from within the kingdom of Tambora itself had survived to describe it. Raffles compiled these reports into his own writing on the region in the years that followed, preserving what would otherwise have been a disaster, with almost no surviving witnesses at all. He would go on, within a few years, to found a new British trading settlement on the island of Singapore, a decision made for reasons entirely separate from the eruption, but one that meant the administrator, who first documented Tambora's destruction, is remembered today for an entirely different chapter of his career. His writings on the eruption, however, would remain the single most detailed Western record of what had happened on Sumbawa, cited by scientists studying the volcano for the next 2 centuries, precisely because so little else from the event had survived to be studied at all. For the colonial government he served, the eruption registered mainly as a loss of tribute revenue from a territory that could no longer produce the rice and dye it had once traded, a bureaucratic consequence recorded in ledgers rather than in any statement of loss for the tens of thousands who had died. What none of them yet understood, not Raffles in Java, not the surviving Rajas on Sumbawa, not the British troops who had readied themselves for a naval attack that never came, was that the ash and gas the mountain had thrown skyward had not simply fallen back to earth and settled the way ash from smaller eruptions always had before. Some of it had gone higher than any of them could see, past the clouds, past the altitude where rain and wind operate, into a layer of the atmosphere where nothing on the ground could reach it or bring it back down. That material was not finished moving, and the destruction already visible on Sumbawa, the buried villages, the vanished kingdom, the ash fields where farmland used to be, was only the first half of what the mountain had set in motion. On Sumbawa and the neighboring island of Lombok, the immediate task facing survivors was simpler and more urgent than any question of atmospheric science, finding enough food to survive a season with no harvest at all, on land that had, in a matter of hours, stopped being able to grow anything. That crisis was already unfolding by the time Phillips completed his survey and prepared to sail back to Java with his report, and it would deepen considerably before the region saw its next successful harvest. Colonial trade records from Java in the months following the eruption show a marked drop in shipments of sap and dye and dried rice arriving from the Sumbawa region, a decline that administrators attributed simply to disrupted shipping routes before Phillips's fuller account made clear the source had been destroyed entirely. For the merchants in Java who had depended on that trade, the eruption's consequence arrived not as ash or wave, but as an empty dock where cargo should have been unloaded, and a set of trading partners who would not be sending goods again that year or for several years afterward. But the material rising above the wreckage of the mountain was moving toward a destination none of them could have imagined, not toward another island in the archipelago, and not even toward the rest of Asia, but toward the entire northern hemisphere, carried by winds that recognized no coastline and no colonial border at all. To understand why a volcano on a small island in the Indonesian archipelago could go on to affect harvests on the other side of the planet requires understanding what exactly had happened inside the mountain itself, and why an eruption of this particular scale was even possible. Sumbawa sits along what geologists call the Sunda Arc, a chain of volcanic islands formed by one of the most active subduction zones on Earth, where the Indo-Australian tectonic plate slides slowly beneath the Sunda plate at a rate of roughly 7 centimeters a year. As that oceanic plate descends into the mantle, it carries seawater and sediment down with it, material that lowers the melting point of the surrounding rock and produces the magma that feeds every volcano along the arc, from Sumatra through Java and out to the islands beyond Sumbawa. Beneath Tambora specifically, this process had been building pressure for an extended period, filling a magma chamber that modern estimates place at a depth of roughly 2 to 3 miles below the mountain's original summit. The magma inside that chamber was unusually rich in silica, a chemical property that made it thick and resistant to flowing, trapping the gas dissolved within it under enormous pressure, rather than allowing that gas to escape gradually, the way it does in less explosive volcanic systems. When the pressure finally exceeded what the surrounding rock could contain, the release was not a slow overflow, but a violent decompression, the geological equivalent of a sealed container failing all at once, rather than venting steadily over time. This is the mechanical difference between a volcano that produces a slow lava flow and one that produces an explosion large enough to be heard 1,600 miles away. And it is the reason Tambora's eruption took the shape it did, rather than the shape of a more gradual event. Volcanoes fed by low silica magma, such as those found in Hawaii, tend to erupt in a manner that allows gas to escape continuously as lava flows outward, producing spectacular but comparatively survivable events that rarely kill large numbers of people. Volcanoes fed by high silica magma, by contrast, behave less like a tap left running and more like a container under pressure, holding gas in place until the surrounding rock can no longer withstand the buildup, at which point the release is sudden and total rather than gradual. Tambora's magma chamber had been sealed in this way for an extended period before 1815, likely for centuries, based on the absence of any eruption of consequence in the accounts and traditions of the people living on its slopes. That long period of dormancy is itself part of the explanation for the eruption's scale, since a chamber given more time to accumulate pressure before finally failing tends to release that pressure more violently than one that vents more frequently in smaller events. Geologists studying the region in the decades after the eruption found evidence of at least one earlier eruption from Tambora in the distant past, but nothing in the oral traditions of the surrounding kingdoms suggested any event remotely close to the scale of what occurred in April 1815. This absence of precedent is part of why no one on the island, and no one in the colonial government responsible for it, had any framework for anticipating what the mountain was capable of producing. Volcanologists today classify the 1815 eruption at a volcanic explosivity index of 7, a measurement scale that runs from 0 to 8 and increases by roughly a factor of 10 with each step, meaning Tambora released power on an order of magnitude beyond any eruption that would occur globally for the rest of the 19th century. By comparison, the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883, an event famous enough that it remains widely remembered today, registered at only a 6 on the same scale, a difference that sounds small, stated as a single digit, but represents roughly 10 times less material ejected into the atmosphere than Tambora produced nearly 70 years earlier. The eruption expelled an estimated 38 cubic miles of material, ash, pumice, and rock, making it, by volume, the largest eruption in at least the preceding 1,300 years of geologic record. For comparison, the 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines, an event significant enough to measurably cool the entire planet for roughly 2 years afterward, expelled only about a tenth of the material Tambora produced in 1815, and Pinatubo's eruption still ranks among the largest of the 20th century. The scale of material Tambora ejected did not simply bury the surrounding landscape. It left the crater itself nearly 4 miles wide, material that had once formed the summit, now scattered across the ocean floor, the surrounding islands, and eventually the upper atmosphere itself. Alongside that material, the volcano released an estimated 60 million tons of sulfur dioxide gas, a substance that once it reaches the stratosphere undergoes a chemical transformation no eruption confined to ground level can achieve. In the stratosphere, sulfur dioxide combines with water vapor to form sulfate aerosols, fine droplets that do not fall back to Earth the way ordinary ash does, because they exist above the altitude where weather systems and rainfall operate at all. Instead, these aerosols spread horizontally, carried by high-altitude winds that circle the entire planet, forming a thin veil that reflects a portion of incoming sunlight back into space before it ever reaches the ground below. This was the mechanism that would, within a year, lower temperatures across the northern hemisphere by an average of nearly 1 full degree Fahrenheit, a shift that sounds small, stated as a global average, and would prove devastating stated as a series of specific local consequences. But that particular consequence was still nearly a year away from being felt in New England or Europe and on Sumbawa itself, along with the neighboring island of Lombok. The immediate crisis was not a distant cooling of the atmosphere, but the total destruction of an entire agricultural season, delivered all at once. Ashfall from the eruption buried rice paddies and dryland fields across Sumbawa under a layer of volcanic material that in some areas measured more than 3 feet deep, deep enough that no amount of clearing by hand could restore the fields before the next planting season had already passed. On Lombok, an island that had not been struck directly by the pyroclastic flows, but sat close enough to receive the same falling ash, the destruction of crops proved even more severe in its human toll, because Lombok's population before the eruption had been significantly larger than Sumbawa's, leaving far more people dependent on fields that could no longer produce anything at all. The tsunami generated by the flows striking the sea had already ruined coastal rice paddies with saltwater intrusion, poisoning soil that would take years to recover, even in places where the ash itself could eventually be cleared away. With no harvest to draw from, and no reserves large enough to cover an entire region for an extended period, famine set in across Sumbawa and Lombok within months of the eruption, worsened by outbreaks of dysentery and fever among populations already weakened by hunger and by drinking water contaminated with volcanic ash. In one household on Lombok, a widow and her 3 children, none of them named in any surviving record, One family among many thousands facing the identical circumstance spent the months after the eruption reducing their diet first to stored rice, then to the roots of plants not normally considered food, and finally to whatever could be gathered from land that ash had not yet reached. By the second month, the eldest of the 3 children had taken to walking several miles each day toward higher ground where the ashfall had been lighter, searching for anything edible growing wild along the forest edge, and returning each evening with whatever could be carried. What that search produced grew smaller with each passing week, as thousands of other families across the island pursued the identical strategy, stripping the same unaffected margins of forest faster than anything could regrow there. By the 4th month, accounts from the region describe families surviving on boiled palm pith and the inner bark of certain trees, foods eaten only in the most severe circumstances when every more conventional source of nutrition had already been exhausted. Some households attempted to sift usable grain from ash-covered fields despite the risk, digging through layers of volcanic material in the hope of recovering rice that had been buried before it could be harvested, a labor that yielded little and left many too weakened to continue searching elsewhere. Disease moved through these weakened populations with particular speed, and colonial reports from the following year noted villages where the surviving population was a fraction of what tribute records had listed before the eruption. The difference accounted for by death, flight, or some combination the records could no longer distinguish. Accounts gathered later by colonial administrators described entire villages abandoning their homes in search of unaffected farmland, a migration that spread hunger into regions that had not been touched by the eruption at all, as displaced families arrived faster than local food supplies could support them. On Sumbawa, surviving Rajas in territories bordering the destroyed kingdom of Tambora reported that refugees arriving from the worst-hit areas brought with them not only hunger but disease, since crowded, malnourished groups moving together provided ideal conditions for dysentery and fever to spread from one displaced family to the next. Bima's harbor, ordinarily a hub of trade activity, instead became a gathering point for people hoping to secure passage off the island entirely, seeking any ship willing to carry them toward regions where the ash had fallen more thinly and the fields might still produce something to eat. Not every ship's captain was willing to take on passengers who could offer little in the way of payment, and many of those seeking passage were turned away to face the same conditions they had hoped to escape. Those who did secure passage often arrived at their destination with nothing beyond what they carried, and reports from ports across the wider region describe communities absorbing waves of destitute arrivals from Sumbawa and Lombok throughout 1815 and into 1816. Local authorities in some of these receiving ports struggled to accommodate the sudden influx, and disputes over food, land, and labor between long-time residents and new arrivals became common enough to draw comment in colonial correspondence from the period. The kingdoms of Pekat and Dompu, both closer to Tambora than Bima, fared even worse, with local accounts describing fields so thoroughly buried that farmers abandoned attempts to clear them and instead searched the forest edges for any wild food the ash had not reached. Modern estimates place the total death toll from the eruption and its immediate aftermath, the initial blast, the tsunami, and the famine and disease that followed across the region, between 71,000 and 90,000 people, the great majority of them not killed by the eruption directly, but by the starvation that followed it in the months after. This was the first consequence of Tambora, and it was, by any measure, already one of the deadliest natural disasters in recorded history. Contained almost entirely within a corner of the world that most of Europe and North America would never think to look toward. The government in Java, for its part, offered limited relief, constrained by the same slow communication that had delayed news of the eruption in the first place, and by an administration more focused on the ongoing war in Europe than on a famine unfolding in a distant corner of its own territory. Rice shipments were eventually organized from other parts of the archipelago, but they arrived months after the crisis began, too late to prevent the worst of the deaths already underway across Sumbawa and Lombok. Raffles himself, based on the reports reaching him from Phillips and other officers, characterized the disaster in his later writing as a loss of population and productive land on a scale he had not previously encountered anywhere in the territories under his administration. He did not attempt to estimate a precise death toll in his own account, noting instead that entire districts had gone silent, their populations either dead or scattered beyond any means of counting available to the colonial government at the time. The absence of a precise number in Raffles's own record is itself part of why later historians and volcanologists have had to reconstruct the toll using indirect evidence, population records from before the eruption, tribute records that stopped arriving afterward, and the testimony gathered by Phillips and a small number of other officers who traveled to the region in the following years. 20th century researchers cross-referencing these fragmentary colonial records with geological surveys of ash deposits eventually arrived at the range now most commonly cited, though even that figure carries an acknowledged margin of uncertainty given how much of the immediate evidence was buried, scattered, or simply never recorded in the first place. What is not in dispute, regardless of the precise final count, is that the population of the region was permanently and drastically reduced, and that the kingdoms surrounding Tambora took generations to recover the numbers they had held before April of 1815. But the aerosol cloud rising into the stratosphere above the wreckage of Tambora carried no regard for how far it might eventually travel, and it was not finished spreading. Through the remaining months of 1815, that veil of sulfate particles continued to expand, moving with high-altitude wind patterns that carried it first across the equatorial band, then gradually toward the middle latitudes where the majority of the world's population and its agriculture were concentrated. By the final months of 1815, sailors and astronomers in scattered locations across Europe had begun noting unusually vivid, prolonged sunsets and a persistent haze that dimmed the sun even on cloudless days, phenomena recorded in private journals and scientific correspondence without any writer connecting them to a volcanic eruption none of them had heard of. In London, observers described a strange, dry fog that hung over the city through parts of the autumn, thick enough to be visible but with none of the moisture or smell associated with an ordinary mist rolling in from the Thames. Similar dry fogs were recorded in diaries and local newspapers across parts of continental Europe and the northeastern United States that same autumn, described variously as a haze, a persistent dimness, or a discoloration of the sky that made the sun appear reddened even at midday. In several accounts, observers noted that the sun could be looked at directly without discomfort even when high in the sky, a detail that would later be recognized as consistent with a significant concentration of aerosol particles scattering sunlight before it reached the ground. At the time, the most common explanation offered for the phenomenon was smoke from unusually large forest fires, a theory that fit the visible evidence but had no way of accounting for how widespread and long-lasting the haze actually was. Scientific societies in several cities took note of the phenomenon in their correspondence, remarking on its unusual persistence, but none possessed instruments capable of measuring atmospheric particles at high altitude, and none had any reason to look toward a mountain in the Dutch East Indies as a possible cause. News of the Tambora eruption itself had by this point begun circulating in a handful of European newspapers, typically as a brief item describing a distant natural disaster rather than as any explanation for local weather, since the idea that a single volcano could alter conditions on the far side of the world had no precedent in the scientific understanding of the period. The two facts, a volcano destroying an island in the Indonesian archipelago, and a strange, dry fog settling over cities thousands of miles away, sat unconnected in the public record for decades, printed in different sections of different newspapers, read by different audiences, with nothing to suggest to any reader that one had caused the other. None of these witnesses had any way of knowing that what they were observing was Tambora's aerosol veil passing overhead, months after the mountain itself had gone silent, and the immediate disaster on Sumbawa had already claimed most of its victims. The scientific instruments and atmospheric theory required to trace a strange sunset in London back to a volcanic eruption on the far side of the world simply did not exist in 1815, and would not exist for more than a century afterward. What did exist, by the winter of 1815 moving into 1816, was a layer of reflective particles now distributed widely enough across the northern hemisphere's atmosphere to begin measurably reducing the sunlight reaching the ground below it. The particles themselves were microscopic, invisible to the naked eye as individual droplets, detectable only in their cumulative effect on how much solar energy reached the surface of the planet below them. Modern climate reconstructions, built from tree ring records, ice cores drilled from glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica, and surviving weather journals from the period, allow scientists today to trace the aerosol veil's spread with a precision no observer in 1815 or 1816 could have possessed. Ice cores, in particular, preserve a chemical signature of the sulfate deposited from Tambora's eruption, a layer scientists can date with enough accuracy to confirm exactly how quickly the aerosol cloud circled the globe, and how long it persisted before gradually settling out of the atmosphere over the following several years. That evidence, gathered nearly 2 centuries after the fact, is how the connection between a mountain on Sumbawa and a ruined harvest in Vermont was eventually proven beyond dispute, though proving it would take considerably longer than the disaster itself did to unfold. For the moment, in the opening weeks of 1816, the connection remained entirely invisible, and the veil of sulfate particles continued its slow circuit of the hemisphere, thickening in places, thinning in others, but never fully clearing from the sky above the regions where the coming season's crops would soon need every hour of sunlight they could get. Farmers preparing their fields for spring planting in New England, in the German states, in Switzerland and Ireland, had no reason to expect anything unusual about the coming season, because nothing visible to them on the ground had changed at all. Their soil was the same soil it had always been. Their seed stock was the same as every prior year, and their almanacs, based on generations of prior weather patterns, gave no indication that the coming months would behave any differently than the ones before them. Nothing in the sky above their fields in those early spring weeks of 1816 gave any warning either, since the aerosol veil that had already reshaped the upper atmosphere produced no visible cloud, no storm, and no sign that would have told a farmer walking his land that anything at all had changed. The disaster that had already killed tens of thousands of people on Sumbawa and Lombok was, by every measure available to the people of Europe and North America, in the early months of 1816, an event that had not happened at all, because it had happened somewhere none of them had ever heard of, to people whose names would never reach their newspapers. What was coming toward them instead was invisible, silent, and already in motion, a thin veil of volcanic particles settling into position above an entire hemisphere, waiting only for the arrival of the growing season to make its presence known in the one place farmers could not ignore it, their own fields, their own crops, and the sky above them that was about to stop behaving the way any sky within living memory ever had. By the first week of May 1816, that invisible layer of atmosphere finally began producing an effect that farmers across New England and Europe could no longer mistake for an ordinary cold spring. In Vermont, temperatures that should have been climbing steadily toward summer instead stalled, and several nights that week brought frost heavy enough to blacken the tender shoots of corn that farmers had only just planted. Most dismissed it as an unusually late cold snap, the kind that occurred perhaps once in a decade, and many replanted their fields without much concern, expecting the weather to correct itself as the season advanced. Almanacs published the previous winter, based entirely on historical weather patterns, with no capacity to anticipate an atmospheric disruption of this kind, had predicted an ordinary spring for the region, and farmers planning their planting schedules around those predictions found themselves working from guidance that bore no relationship to the season actually unfolding around them. Local ministers in several New England towns referenced the unusual cold in sermons that spring, treating it initially as a topic of passing curiosity rather than the opening stage of a crisis that would define the entire agricultural year. It did not correct itself. On June 6, 1816, snow began falling across Vermont, New Hampshire, and parts of Massachusetts and Maine, accumulating in places to a depth of several inches on ground that by that date in an ordinary year would have been supporting waist-high corn. The snowfall arrived without the gradual buildup a normal winter storm might bring, instead descending suddenly over the course of a single afternoon and evening, catching farmers in the middle of field work they had assumed would continue uninterrupted for months. In one farming household in Vermont, a husband, wife, and their grown son, unnamed in any surviving record but representative of thousands of families across the region facing the identical circumstance that week, the family had spent the preceding days finishing the planting of a cornfield they depended on for both their own winter stores and a modest income from selling surplus at the local market. They watched the snow accumulate on stalks that had only broken the surface of the soil days earlier, and by the following morning, what had been a field of new growth was a field of blackened, frost-killed shoots, indistinguishable from one row to the next. Newspapers in the region described the sight of birds found frozen and roads made impassable by drifts. Details recorded with the particular disbelief of writers describing something they themselves could scarcely credit as they wrote it. In Quebec, just north of the affected states, snow that same week piled deep enough to allow sleighing, an activity ordinarily associated with the depths of winter rather than the first week of what should have been early summer. Travelers passing between towns that week described roads still bearing snowbanks days after the storm itself had passed, an oddity that drew comment even from residents accustomed to the region's long and often unpredictable winters. The frost that accompanied the snow killed newly planted corn across the region entirely, destroying not a portion of the crop, but the whole of what had been in the ground, forcing farmers into a second planting within days of losing the first. That second planting fared little better. Through the remainder of June and into July, the region experienced a pattern that would repeat itself for the rest of the season. Weeks of unseasonably cool, overcast weather, interrupted by sudden hard frosts that arrived with no warning consistent with anything in local memory. The Vermont family replanted their cornfield within days of the June frost, using seed stock they had set aside for the following year, a decision that reduced their margin for any future setback, but one they judged necessary, given how much of their winter depended on a working corn crop. A frost on July 9th destroyed crops across parts of Vermont and New Hampshire that had only just recovered from June's damage, and farmers who had held on to any optimism about salvaging the season began, in growing numbers, to abandon it entirely. Contemporary accounts describe ice forming on ponds and rivers in northern New England during the first week of August, a detail so far outside the range of anything expected for that month that several diarists recorded it with an explicit note of disbelief alongside the observation itself. A final killing frost struck on August 21st, ending any remaining hope that a late-season recovery might still salvage even a partial corn harvest across the hardest-hit counties of Vermont, New Hampshire, and western Massachusetts. For the Vermont family, that August frost destroyed the second planting as thoroughly as the first snowfall had destroyed the initial one, leaving a field that had absorbed 2 full plantings worth of labor and seed, with nothing to show for either attempt. The son in that household later recalled, in an account passed down through the family rather than recorded at the time, that his father walked the length of the ruined field on the morning after the frost without speaking, then returned to the house and began, that same week, making inquiries about land available farther west. By the close of that summer, the season had become known informally across the region by a phrase that would outlive most of the people who coined it, 1800 and froze to death, a description farmers used less as a joke than as the plainest possible summary of what they had just lived through. Thomas Jefferson, then retired at Monticello in Virginia, recorded in his own farm journal that a killing frost struck his garden in early June, an unusual entry given his estate's more southerly and typically milder location compared to New England. His notes for that season describe repeated replanting of corn following frost damage, a decision he made based on the same assumption most farmers across the affected regions were making, that the cold was an anomaly that would pass, rather than a pattern that would persist through the entire growing season. Jefferson recorded specific dates and conditions in his garden book with the same careful attention he applied to his other agricultural observations, providing modern researchers with one of the more precisely documented individual accounts of the season's disruption outside New England itself. It did not pass, not in Virginia and not across the wider region, and Jefferson's own agricultural records for 1816 stand today as one of the more precisely dated confirmations of how far south the disruption's effects extended beyond New England itself. Farther north, in Maine, Coastal communities that depended heavily on corn as both a food staple and a trade good found their entire regional economy destabilized within a single failed season, since corn shortages there drove up the price of nearly every other good traded in exchange for it. Fishing communities along the Maine coast, which typically traded a portion of their catch for corn and other grain grown further inland, found that trade relationship upended as inland farmers had little surplus corn left to offer in exchange for fish, forcing both groups to renegotiate terms that had held steady for generations. Across the Atlantic, Europe experienced a version of the same disruption that arrived with slightly different timing, but produced an outcome no less severe for the farmers and communities who depended on a normal growing season to survive the winter that would follow. In Switzerland, the summer of 1816 brought rain on a scale local records described as unprecedented, with some regions recording measurable precipitation on more than 130 separate days across the growing season. Cantonal administrators compiling reports that year described roads across several regions rendered impassable for extended stretches, disrupting not only agricultural work, but the transport of what grain had been successfully harvested toward markets and mills that depended on a steady supply. Grain prices in Swiss cities began climbing well before the harvest was fully in, as bakers and merchants, observing the condition of fields around them, adjusted their expectations for the coming shortage months ahead of the formal reckoning that would follow at year's end. Lake Geneva rose to levels that flooded lakeside properties and disrupted the region's usual agricultural and trade activity, while the Rhine and other major rivers across the region ran high enough through the summer months to damage crops in low-lying fields along their banks. Temperatures across the Swiss cantons that summer averaged several degrees below what farmers in the region expected, based on prior decades of experience, a deficit small enough to seem minor stated as an average, but large enough, combined with the excess rainfall, to prevent grain crops from ripening properly before the season's end. Vineyards across several Swiss and German-speaking regions, ordinarily a reliable source of income even in years when grain harvests struggled, reported grape ripening delayed by weeks, with some growers abandoning portions of their harvest entirely once it became clear the fruit would not mature before autumn frosts arrived. In the German states, similar conditions prevailed, with contemporary accounts describing a summer so cold and wet that farmers in some regions were still attempting to bring in a compromised harvest as late as October, weeks past when the work would ordinarily have concluded. Bavaria recorded some of the most severe agricultural losses in the German-speaking regions, with grain yields falling to a fraction of what farmers had produced in prior years, a shortfall that would soon translate directly into the price of bread across the region's markets. Along parts of the Elbe River in the German states, low water levels in prior drought years had led communities to carve markers into exposed riverbed stones, recording past periods of hardship, a folk tradition that predated 1816, but that residents living through the failed harvest that year would have understood immediately in spirit, even without a drought of the same kind to mark. Local chroniclers in several Bavarian towns described bread prices more than doubling within months of the harvest's failure becoming apparent, a shift that hit hardest in communities where wages had not moved at all, despite the sharply rising cost of the single food item most households depended on most heavily. In Ireland, the summer of 1816 arrived cold and persistently wet, conditions that damaged the potato and grain harvests farmers across the country depended on for both subsistence and export income. The Irish climate was already prone to damp summers even in ordinary years, which meant the additional cold and rainfall of 1816 pushed conditions past a threshold many farming communities had little capacity to absorb. Given how narrow the margin between a survivable harvest and a failed one already was in most years. Reports from counties across Ireland that autumn described grain left standing in fields too wet to harvest properly, and potato crops reduced by rot before they could be dug from ground that had remained saturated for most of the growing season. County-level reports compiled by local relief committees that autumn recorded oat and wheat yields across much of the country at roughly half the level farmers had come to expect in a normal year, with some western counties reporting shortfalls considerably steeper than that regional average. Landlords across several counties, many of them dependent on rents paid in a share of the harvest itself rather than in fixed currency, found their own income reduced in direct proportion to their tenants' losses, a fact that would shape how some of them chose to respond to the crisis in the months that followed. The consequences of this shortfall would not become fully apparent until the following winter, when stored food ran out well before the next harvest could replace it. But the conditions that produced the crisis were already fully in place by the close of the 1816 growing season itself. In England, similar conditions produced a wheat harvest significantly below the yields farmers had come to expect, though the effect there proved somewhat less severe than in Ireland or the German states, owing partly to England's greater reliance on imported grain even in ordinary years. Agricultural surveys conducted in English counties that autumn described fields where grain had ripened unevenly, some stalks producing usable kernels, while others in the same field remained stunted by the season's reduced sunlight and persistent cool temperatures. Millers and grain merchants across southern England began adjusting their purchasing practices as early as September, anticipating a shortfall significant enough to affect prices even before the full scope of the failed harvest had been formally tallied by any government body. Scientific observers across Europe that summer noted the unusual persistence of cloud cover and the reduced intensity of sunlight, even on days without visible rain. Details, some attributed to the same lingering atmospheric haze, first noticed the previous autumn, though none yet connected it to a volcanic source. Correspondence between scientific societies in different countries that year occasionally referenced the phenomenon in passing, comparing notes on the unusual character of the season without arriving at any shared explanation for what was causing it. A small number of naturalists and astronomers, working independently in different countries, did record observations of a persistent dimness in the sky that summer, cataloging it alongside sunspot activity and other atmospheric phenomena without any framework that would have allowed them to trace it back to Tambora. Some of these observers speculated that the unusual solar appearance might relate to sunspot cycles, a reasonable hypothesis given the instruments and astronomical theory available at the time, though later analysis would show the timing fit the volcanic aerosol veil far more precisely than any solar cycle on record. The painter John Constable, working in the English countryside that same year, later described the sky's unusual character in his own notes on his work, though his observations, like those of most contemporaries, treated the phenomenon as a matter of light and atmosphere rather than as evidence of a global disruption already a year in progress. Constable's sketches from this period, studied by art historians long after his death, show cloud formations and light conditions that later researchers cross-referencing meteorological records would identify as consistent with the elevated aerosol concentrations documented globally that year, though Constable himself worked from observation alone, with no knowledge of the cause behind what he was painting. Other artists and diarists across Europe left similar unwitting records, describing unusually vivid twilight colors and a persistent haze that softened the outline of distant landmarks even on days without cloud cover. Details that would later prove useful to climate historians reconstructing the aerosol veil's density and persistence across different regions and months. Across both continents, by the close of the 1816 growing season, the pattern was unmistakable, regardless of whether any observer understood its cause. Harvests had failed or fallen dramatically short across a region stretching from the eastern seaboard of North America through the British Isles and across much of continental Europe. Mills and market towns, dependent on a steady flow of grain from surrounding farms, began, by late summer, adjusting their operating expectations for the coming year, aware that the quantity of grain reaching them for processing would fall well short of prior seasons. In New England specifically, agricultural societies compiling harvest reports that autumn described corn yields in the hardest-hit counties at less than half of what farmers had produced in a typical year, with some townships reporting yields close to a quarter of normal or lower. The Massachusetts Agricultural Society, reviewing reports submitted from member counties that autumn, noted that the shortfall extended beyond corn to nearly every crop dependent on a full, uninterrupted growing season, including flax and several varieties of garden vegetables ordinarily reliable even in a difficult year. Local town records from several Vermont and New Hampshire communities show selectmen debating emergency measures that autumn, including appeals to state legislatures for relief funds and discussions of whether communal grain reserves, where they existed, could be redistributed to households facing the most severe shortfalls. Hay and oat crops, essential for feeding livestock through the coming winter, fared little better, leaving farmers across the region facing not only a shortage of food for their own households, but an inability to sustain the animals that formed the backbone of their farm's productive capacity. Some New England farmers, facing this combined shortage of feed and food, made the decision that autumn to slaughter livestock earlier than usual, rather than attempt to carry animals through a winter with insufficient hay to sustain them, a choice that provided short-term relief but reduced the breeding stock available to rebuild herds in the years that followed. The Vermont family that had lost 2 full plantings of corn to frost made a similar calculation with their own small herd that autumn, selling most of it at a price lower than they would have accepted in an ordinary year, simply because every other farmer in the region was reaching the identical decision at the identical time, flooding the local market with animals no one had feed to keep. Others attempted to purchase feed from regions less severely affected, but with New York, Pennsylvania, and much of the eastern seaboard experiencing some version of the same disrupted growing season, the supply available for purchase anywhere nearby was far smaller than in an ordinary year, and prices for what could be found rose accordingly. Correspondence between farmers and their relatives in other states, preserved in a number of regional historical collections, shows a common thread running through that autumn's letters, a growing recognition that the shortage was not confined to any single county or state, and that waiting for conditions elsewhere to improve was not a strategy anyone could safely rely on. In Europe, Grain reserves that would ordinarily have carried communities through a single poor harvest found themselves depleted almost immediately, since the scale of the shortfall left little room for the kind of gradual drawdown a normal bad year might have required. What made the 1816 season different from an ordinary difficult year was not simply its severity in any single location, but its scope. The fact that New England, the British Isles, and continental Europe were all experiencing significant crop failure simultaneously, removing the option that had cushioned earlier regional famines, in which a shortage in one area could be offset by surplus grain purchased or shipped in from another. With no such surplus available anywhere across the affected regions, the failed harvest of 1816 was not going to remain a local or even a national problem contained within any single farming community. Grain merchants who might, in an ordinary bad year, have shipped surplus from one region to cover a shortfall in another, instead found every major grain-producing region they might otherwise have turned to facing a comparable deficit of its own that same season. Government officials in several affected countries began, in the closing months of 1816, drafting early reports assessing the scale of the shortfall, though few yet grasped how severe the following winter and spring would prove to be once existing stores were exhausted. Those reports, incomplete and often based on fragmentary local returns, nonetheless captured something consistent across every affected region: harvests that in an ordinary year would have carried households comfortably into the following spring, instead left almost nothing in reserve before winter had even properly begun. It was, by the close of that autumn, already becoming something far larger, a shortage spanning an entire hemisphere, arriving at the exact moment when every affected region needed the same scarce resource at once, and setting in motion a set of consequences that would reach far beyond any single failed field of corn or wheat. The shortage that had taken shape across two continents by the close of 1816 did not remain an agricultural problem for long. Within weeks of the harvest's failure becoming undeniable, it became a problem of price, and within months, a problem of survival for households with no reserve large enough to absorb what the market was about to demand of them. In Britain, the price of wheat, which had traded at roughly 65 shillings per quarter in a typical pre-war year, climbed past 100 shillings by the early months of 1817, an increase that placed bread beyond the reach of laborers whose wages had not moved at all during the same period. Bakers across English cities responded to the rising cost of flour by reducing the size of the standard loaf rather than raising its price outright, a practice that allowed the nominal price to remain stable while the actual amount of bread a family could purchase for that price shrank considerably. Parliamentary records from the period show members raising the question of grain prices repeatedly in debate, with some advocating for the repeal or suspension of tariffs on imported grain, and others arguing that domestic producers needed continued protection regardless of the hardship affecting consumers in the meantime. The debate over these tariffs, already contentious before 1816, intensified considerably once the domestic harvest failure made imported grain not a matter of policy preference, but, for many households, a matter of whether bread would be available at any price at all. Laborers and their families, accustomed to a diet built substantially around bread, found themselves stretching smaller loaves across the same number of meals, a quiet form of hunger that left no single dramatic event to mark it, but accumulated steadily across the winter months. In France, grain prices rose even more sharply in several regions, and by the spring of 1817, crowds in a number of towns and cities had begun gathering outside grain markets and bakeries, protesting prices that many households could no longer meet, regardless of how much work they were willing to do. Local authorities in several French departments recorded incidents of grain shipments being stopped on the road by crowds who believed, in some cases correctly, that grain grown locally was being sent elsewhere to markets willing to pay a higher price, leaving local populations to go without. In some towns, these disruptions escalated into the forced seizure of grain stores, with crowds compelling merchants to sell at prices the crowd itself set, rather than the price the market was otherwise commanding, a practice with precedent stretching back through earlier periods of French food scarcity. Historians studying these incidents have noted that the crowds involved were rarely indiscriminate, generally directing their action toward merchants and shipments believed to be withholding grain, rather than toward random targets, a pattern consistent with earlier documented episodes of market unrest in the region stretching back decades. Government officials responded to these disturbances with a mixture of concession and enforcement, in some cases ordering local price controls to calm unrest, and in others deploying troops to protect grain shipments and prevent further seizures. The French government, still stabilizing after decades of revolution and war, treated the unrest surrounding grain prices as a matter of considerable political sensitivity, aware that food shortages had played a role in prior periods of upheaval within recent national memory. Prefects in several departments submitted reports to Paris that spring, detailing not only the immediate unrest, but their assessment of how close local conditions had come to more serious disorder, assessments that shaped how aggressively the central government chose to intervene in subsequent months. Switzerland, having endured what local records already described as among the wettest and coldest growing seasons in living memory, faced a winter in which several cantons recorded bread prices roughly triple what they had been before the failed harvest. Cantonal governments in the hardest-hit regions took the unusual step of restricting or banning grain exports entirely, prioritizing the needs of their own populations over the income that selling surplus, where any existed, might otherwise have provided. Some Swiss communities organized public soup kitchens through the winter of 1816 into 1817, an emergency measure that historians studying the period have since described as among the last instances of a subsistence crisis on this scale, affecting Western Europe directly. Even with these measures, mortality rates in parts of Switzerland rose noticeably above prior years, driven by a combination of malnutrition and the diseases that spread more easily through populations weakened by an inadequate diet over an extended period. Church records from several Swiss parishes, used by later demographic historians to reconstruct mortality patterns from this period, show burial rates in 1817 exceeding those of the preceding several years by a margin consistent with a genuine subsistence crisis, rather than an ordinary seasonal fluctuation. Migration records from the same period show a marked increase in Swiss emigration toward Russia and North America in the years immediately following the crisis, as families in the hardest-hit cantons concluded that rebuilding locally offered less certainty than starting over somewhere with more reliable land and weather. Some Swiss communities that had organized soup kitchens through the worst of the crisis maintained versions of that infrastructure for several years afterward, treating it as a standing precaution against any future season that might again prove as unreliable as 1816 had been. In the German states, the crisis produced some of the most severe unrest of the entire period, as bread riots broke out in multiple cities through the winter and into the following spring, driven by a combination of soaring prices and, in some regions, active grain hoarding by merchants anticipating further increases. Bavarian authorities recorded disturbances in several market towns where crowds, unable to afford bread at prevailing prices, broke into bakeries and grain stores directly. Actions authorities in some cases met with arrests and in others allowed to pass with only limited intervention. Local officials in several Bavarian districts petitioned the Crown that winter for emergency grain releases from state reserves, requests that met with mixed success depending on how severely each district's harvest had actually failed and how much reserve the state itself had available to distribute. In some towns, magistrates negotiated directly with crowds gathered outside grain stores, brokering agreements to release a portion of available stock at reduced prices in an effort to prevent unrest from escalating further, a pragmatic response that avoided violence in several documented instances, even where it did little to resolve the underlying shortage. Emigration from several German states accelerated sharply once the scale of the crisis became clear, driven by families weighing the risks of an ocean crossing against the near certainty of continued scarcity if they remained, a calculation that sent tens of thousands toward ports bound for North America in the years that followed. Port records from cities along the Rhine and from North Sea ports show emigration applications rising steadily through 1817 and into the following years, with many applicants citing the failed harvest and its aftermath directly as their reason for leaving. Some German principalities, wary of losing tax-paying and militarily eligible population, attempted to restrict emigration through permits and fees, measures that slowed but did not stop the outward movement of families who had concluded their prospects abroad now outweighed whatever obligations tied them to their home territories. Regional grain merchants, meanwhile, faced accusations in several towns of withholding stock to drive prices higher, allegations that in some documented cases proved accurate and contributed further to the unrest already spreading through affected communities that winter. Ireland's experience of the crisis proved among the most severe of any region affected by the failed 1816 harvest, compounding conditions in a country where the margin between a survivable year and a catastrophic one was already thin even before the season's disruption. By the winter of 1816 into 1817, reports from Irish counties described widespread food shortages moving into outright famine conditions in several regions, particularly in areas where the potato crop, already damaged by the wet summer, had failed to provide the reserve households depended on through the colder months. Malnutrition weakened immune systems across affected populations, creating conditions in which a typhus epidemic, likely already circulating at lower levels before the crisis, spread rapidly through crowded, poorly nourished communities across the country beginning in late 1816 and continuing for several years afterward. Workhouses and fever hospitals in several Irish counties reported admissions far exceeding their normal capacity by the winter of 1817, forcing local authorities to improvise additional shelter in barns, tents, and any other structure that could hold the sick and dying arriving faster than existing facilities could absorb them. Physicians working in the worst affected counties described a disease that spread with particular speed through households already weakened by months of inadequate food, moving from person to person in close, poorly ventilated dwellings where isolating the sick from the healthy was rarely possible given the conditions most families were living in. The epidemic did not confine itself to the rural poor, and several accounts from the period describe fever spreading into towns and among classes of society that had in prior years considered themselves largely insulated from the kind of subsistence crisis unfolding in the countryside around them. Dublin itself recorded a significant rise in fever cases through 1817, with hospitals in the city admitting patients from both the surrounding countryside and from within the city's own crowded districts, evidence that the epidemic's reach extended well beyond the rural counties most associated with the crisis in later historical accounts. Estimates compiled by later researchers studying parish and workhouse records place typhus-related deaths in Ireland during this period in the tens of thousands, with some regional estimates suggesting the total toll from disease and starvation combined may have exceeded 100,000 across the full duration of the crisis. These figures remain subject to some uncertainty given the incomplete nature of record-keeping in many rural parishes during the crisis itself, but the consistent pattern across surviving records is one of mortality significantly elevated above any prior year within living memory of those keeping the registers. The British government's response to the unfolding crisis in Ireland was limited relative to the scale of suffering being reported, constrained by prevailing economic thinking of the period that favored minimal direct intervention in food markets, even during periods of severe shortage. Some relief was organized through private charitable subscription and limited government grants, but these measures reached only a fraction of the population facing the most severe conditions, and mortality across the worst affected counties continued to climb through the following 2 winters. Local landlords in some counties organized relief efforts on their own initiative, distributing grain or reducing rents for tenants unable to pay, though the scale and consistency of this assistance varied enormously from estate to estate and offered no substitute for a coordinated national response. Tenants on estates where landlords declined to offer any relief faced eviction in some documented cases when rents went unpaid, adding the loss of housing to the list of hardships already facing families struggling simply to feed themselves through the crisis. Grand juries in several counties, the bodies typically responsible for approving local public works, authorized emergency road building and drainage projects specifically to provide paid labor for destitute residents, a form of relief that put some money into circulation locally, even as it did little to address the underlying food shortage driving the crisis. Some of these public works projects, originally conceived purely as emergency relief measures, produced lasting improvements to local road and drainage infrastructure that remained in use for decades after the immediate crisis that prompted their construction had passed. Contemporary observers and later historians studying the period have noted that the government's limited response reflected prevailing economic assumptions of the era, under which direct intervention in food markets was widely regarded as more likely to worsen a shortage than relieve it. In New England, the consequence of the failed 1816 harvest took a different shape entirely, driven less by starvation in place than by a mass decision, repeated across thousands of individual households, to abandon farms that could no longer be relied upon and seek land farther west. The Vermont family that had lost 2 full plantings of corn that summer made their own version of this decision that winter, the father completing arrangements to sell the farm in the spring and join a growing movement of New Englanders heading toward the Ohio and Indiana territories. Vermont's state population registered a measurable decline in the years immediately following 1816, driven substantially by an outmigration contemporaries described using the informal phrase Ohio fever, a term capturing both the scale of the movement and the almost feverish urgency with which families made the decision to leave. New Hampshire recorded a similar pattern, with several towns along the state's northern edge losing a meaningful share of their population within just a few years of the failed harvest, a decline visible in local records well before the centuries later, more gradual patterns of rural depopulation began. Town clerks in several Vermont and New Hampshire communities recorded a noticeable thinning of names on local tax and militia rolls in the years following 1816, evidence of a departure large enough to affect not only individual farms, but the broader civic and economic life of towns that had, in prior decades, grown steadily rather than shrunk. Some communities lost enough residents that local schools and churches struggled to sustain their prior level of activity, a consequence felt by the families who remained just as directly as it was felt by those who left, since the institutions holding a small town together depended on a population base that 1816 had suddenly reduced. State legislatures in several New England states, alarmed at the scale of the outmigration, debated measures intended to encourage residents to stay, including proposals for agricultural improvement societies and, in a few cases, direct appeals published in newspapers urging farmers to weather the difficulty rather than abandon land their families had cleared and worked for generations. Newspapers in the region that spring described roads leading west crowded with wagons loaded with household goods, farming families who had concluded, after a single catastrophic season, that the land they had worked for generations could no longer be trusted to support them reliably. Land agents and speculators in Ohio and Indiana capitalized on this movement, advertising fertile, unclaimed acreage to New England families eager to put a season like 1816 behind them permanently, and the resulting influx contributed to rapid population growth in both territories during this period. Indiana, which had achieved statehood only in December of 1816, absorbed a significant share of this migration in its earliest years as a state, with new arrivals from New England and other affected regions establishing farms across territory that had, only a few years earlier, been sparsely settled by comparison. Land office records from this period show a marked increase in claims filed by families listing New England origins, a pattern detailed enough that later historians studying frontier settlement have used it as one measure of how directly the failed 1816 harvest reshaped migration patterns across the young country. Some of these new settlers found the Western territories no more forgiving than the land they had left, and letters sent back to relatives in New England describe hardships of their own: unfamiliar soil, unbroken land, requiring years of labor before it would produce reliably, and a frontier existence considerably harder than the advertisements that had drawn them west initially suggested. Even so, few of these families expressed any intention of returning east, having concluded that whatever difficulties awaited them on the frontier, they were preferable to farming land that had already failed them once in a manner no amount of skill or effort could have prevented. Estimates drawn from period census and land records suggest tens of thousands of New Englanders left for the Western territories in the 2 years following the failed harvest, a migration substantial enough to alter the demographic trajectory of several New England states for a generation afterward. Not every family that considered leaving actually did so, and many who stayed rebuilt their farms over subsequent seasons as more typical weather patterns gradually returned. But the psychological and economic impact of 1816 left a lasting mark on agricultural practice across the region, regardless of whether a given household ultimately relocated. Farmers who remained in New England began, in the years following 1816, diversifying their crops and reducing their reliance on corn as a single dominant staple, a shift some agricultural historians trace directly to the lessons of a season in which an entire regional economy had proven vulnerable to a single catastrophic disruption. Sheep farming expanded significantly across parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. In the years after 1816, a shift accelerated both by the memory of the failed grain harvest and by tariff changes that made wool a more reliably profitable product for farmers seeking to reduce their dependence on any single crop, vulnerable to a repeat of that season's conditions. Within a decade, wool had become one of the region's most significant agricultural exports, a transformation that traced its origins in part to the lesson a single ruined growing season had taught an entire generation of New England farmers. Agricultural societies formed or expanded in several New England states during this period, publishing guidance intended to help farmers diversify their operations and build reserves capable of absorbing a poor season without requiring the kind of wholesale departure so many families had chosen in 1816 and 1817. Across the Atlantic, the crisis prompted a different kind of reckoning, as government officials, agricultural societies, and a small number of scientific observers began, in the years following 1816, taking a more systematic interest in weather patterns and their potential to disrupt food supplies on a scale no single nation could easily absorb on its own. Several European governments commissioned reviews of agricultural resilience in the aftermath of the crisis, examining whether existing grain storage practices and trade arrangements offered sufficient protection against a repeat of a season as severe as 1816 had proven to be. These reviews produced modest policy changes in some jurisdictions, including adjustments to grain storage requirements and, in a few cases, early experiments with government-held reserves intended to buffer against future shortfalls, though none of these measures addressed a cause still entirely unknown to the officials designing them. A handful of scientific societies also began, in the years immediately following the crisis, compiling more systematic weather observations across multiple countries, an early step toward the kind of coordinated meteorological record-keeping that would only mature into a formal international practice many decades later. None of these officials, farmers, or scientific observers yet understood the crisis's actual origin and the connection between a volcano on a small Indonesian island and a famine that killed tens of thousands of people across Ireland and the German states remained entirely unknown to everyone living through its consequences. That connection would not be established for more than 100 years. But the disruption of 1816 was already producing effects reaching well beyond agriculture and economics, shaping decisions in fields as far removed from farming as literature and art. That summer, while farmers across 2 continents watched their crops fail beneath a persistently gray sky, a small group of writers gathered at a rented house on the shores of Lake Geneva, driven indoors by weather too cold and wet for the outdoor activities they had originally planned for their stay. What emerged from that unusually confined, storm-bound summer would become one of the most enduring literary works of the era. written by people who had no idea that the weather trapping them indoors was the same weather starving families 1,000 miles away, or that both shared a common cause in a mountain none of them had ever heard of. The house belonged to Lord Byron, who had rented it that spring after leaving England amid a personal scandal significant enough that he did not expect to return for some time, and who had chosen the shore of Lake Geneva, partly for its distance from the controversies following him at home. Byron's departure from England followed the collapse of his marriage to Annabella Milbank earlier that year, along with rumors circulating in London society regarding his relationship with his half-sister, Augusta Lee, a combination of circumstances that made continued residence in England increasingly untenable for him by the spring of 1816. He crossed to the continent in April, traveling through Belgium and along the Rhine, before settling near Geneva by late May, arriving at Lake Geneva only weeks before the unusual weather that would define the entire region's summer began in earnest. He brought with him a personal physician for the journey, John Polidori, hired partly to attend to his health and partly, according to some accounts, because Byron found value in having an educated companion along for conversation during an extended stay abroad. Byron rented Villa Diodati for the season shortly after his arrival, a property with a view over the lake substantial enough to accommodate the gatherings that would take place there once Shelley's party arrived from England several weeks later. Villa Diodati stood on a rise above the lake, and Byron had invited a small circle of guests to join him there for the summer, including the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, Shelley's companion Mary Godwin, her stepsister Claire Claremont, and Byron's personal physician, a young man named John Polidori. Claremont had arranged much of the trip herself, having formed a relationship with Byron in London shortly before his departure, and by the time the group settled near Geneva that summer, she was several months pregnant with a child. The two of them had conceived earlier that year a daughter who would be born the following January and given the name Allegra. Shelley and Godwin, not yet married, had rented a smaller house nearby known as Maison Chapuis, close enough to Villa Diodati that the two households moved between each other freely throughout the summer, effectively functioning as a single extended group for most of the stay. The summer they had each anticipated, one of boating on the lake and walking in the surrounding hills, gave way instead to weeks of the same cold, persistent rain falling across the rest of Switzerland and much of Europe that season, confining the group to the villa for days at a stretch. With outdoor activity largely impossible, the group turned to reading aloud in the evenings, and among the books at hand was a French translation of a German collection of ghost stories titled Phantasmagoriana, which the group worked through over several nights by candlelight and firelight, while rain continued outside. The collection included tales of apparitions, animated portraits, and other supernatural occurrences translated from earlier German sources, material the group found compelling enough that later accounts described them discussing the stories at length after each evening's reading concluded. At some point in the third week of June, accounts from those present describe Byron proposing that each member of the group attempt to write a ghost story of their own, a challenge offered partly as entertainment for an evening with no other obvious way to pass the time. The proposal drew immediate interest from everyone present, though the resulting stories would vary enormously in both ambition and eventual influence, with most of the group's initial attempts abandoned within days, while two would go on to define entire branches of English-language fiction for generations afterward. Claire Claremont, by most surviving accounts, did not produce a story of her own during the challenge. Her attention that summer occupied more by her pregnancy and by the increasingly strained state of her relationship with Byron than by the literary competition unfolding around her. She would remain a peripheral but persistent figure in the lives of both Byron and the Shelleys for years afterward, particularly once her daughter Allegra was born, a relationship complicated further by disputes over the child's upbringing that continued long after the group's summer at the lake had ended. Byron himself began a fragment of vampire fiction that he abandoned within a few pages, though the idea would not go to waste, since Polidori later expanded a version of it into a story of his own, published years afterward under the title The Vampire. That story, once in print, became one of the foundational works of vampire fiction in the English language, introducing the figure of an aristocratic, charismatic vampire that would shape the genre's conventions for generations of literature and, eventually, film that followed it. When The Vampire was first published in 1819, it appeared in print under Byron's name rather than Polidori's, an error made by the publisher that Polidori spent considerable effort afterward trying to correct, since the misattribution obscured his authorship of a work that would prove far more influential than anything else he produced in his short career. Later scholars studying the development of vampire fiction have traced a direct line from Polidori's aristocratic vampire, modeled in part on Byron's own public reputation, through to the vampire figures that would appear in English and European literature for the rest of the 19th century, including Bram Stoker's Dracula, published more than 70 years later. Stoker himself, researching earlier vampire literature while developing his own novel in the 1890s, would have encountered Polidori's story as one of the acknowledged foundational texts of the genre he was working within, a direct thread connecting a rain-bound evening at Villa Diodati to one of the most enduring horror novels of the following century. Polidori did not live to see this influence recognized. He died in 1821, 5 years after the summer at Villa Diodati, with the misattribution of his most significant work only partially resolved during his own lifetime. Shelley made only a brief attempt at the challenge before setting it aside, occupied instead with poetry and with conversations that ran late into the night on subjects ranging from politics to the scientific theories of the period, including recent experiments into whether electrical current might be capable of reanimating dead tissue. Shelley had already established himself as a poet of considerable ambition by this point, though his most widely known works were still years in the future, and the summer at Geneva produced several poems reflecting the mountainous, storm-affected landscape surrounding the lake, including verse describing the region's thunderstorms in vivid detail. The group's fascination with electricity and reanimation drew partly on genuine scientific developments of the period, including public demonstrations in which physicians applied electrical current to the corpses of executed criminals, producing muscle contractions that some observers described, with varying degrees of scientific rigor, as resembling the stirrings of life. These demonstrations, conducted by researchers including the Italian scientist Giovanni Aldini, a nephew of Luigi Galvani, had taken place in London and elsewhere in the years before 1816, and reports of them had circulated widely enough in scientific and popular circles that a group as well-read as the one gathered at Villa Diodati would very likely have encountered accounts of them before that summer's conversations took place. One of Aldini's most widely reported demonstrations, conducted in London in 1803, involved applying electrical current to the body of an executed criminal in front of an audience of scientists and curious onlookers, producing muscle spasms dramatic enough that some witnesses reportedly left the demonstration unsettled by what they had seen. Accounts of demonstrations like these, published in scientific journals and popular pamphlets alike, provided exactly the kind of raw material a group of writers interested in the boundary between life and death, science and the supernatural, would have found useful during an evening's conversation about the ghost story challenge Byron had proposed. Mary Godwin, 19 years old that summer, found herself unable to produce an idea for several days after the challenge was proposed, a delay she would later describe in writing about the experience, though the specifics of her account were set down years after the summer itself, rather than recorded in any contemporary diary from 1816. She was the daughter of the philosopher William Godwin and the writer Mary Wollstonecraft, who had died shortly after her birth, and she had grown up surrounded by the intellectual and literary circles her father maintained in London, an upbringing that had exposed her from an early age to scientific and philosophical debate of the kind the group at Villa Diodati continued that summer. According to that later account, the idea that would become her novel arrived to her during a night of conversation about galvanism, the study of electrical stimulation in muscle and nerve tissue, named for the Italian scientist Luigi Galvani, and about the theoretical possibility that a body's component parts might be reassembled and returned to life. The conversation that evening reportedly also touched on the work of Erasmus Darwin, an English physician and natural philosopher whose speculative writings on the origins of life were being discussed in scientific circles of the period, though the precise details of what was said that particular night rest entirely on Mary Shelley's own later recollection, rather than any account recorded by another member of the group at the time. Working from that starting point, Mary Godwin began writing what would become the novel Frankenstein, a story built around a scientist who assembles and animates a living creature from dead matter, only to face consequences neither he nor the creature he creates are prepared for. The manuscript grew from what she described as an initial short story concept into a full novel over the following months, developed partly through conversations with Percy Shelley, who encouraged her to expand the narrative and offered editorial suggestions during its composition. She continued writing after the group left Geneva that autumn, completing the manuscript over the following year while the couple moved between residences in England, drawing on scientific reading and continued conversation with Percy Shelley to refine both the novel's central premise and the moral questions surrounding it. The finished work drew together threads from the summer's conversations about galvanism and reanimation with broader philosophical concerns her upbringing had exposed her to, including questions about responsibility, isolations, and the consequences of pursuing knowledge without full consideration of what might follow from it. She continued developing the manuscript through the remainder of the stay and for months afterward, publishing it anonymously in January of 1818, roughly a year and a half after the summer at Villa Diodati that had provided its origin. The novel's early reception was mixed, with some reviewers praising its ambition and others criticizing what they saw as its grim subject matter, though it found a steady readership regardless, and Mary Shelley, she and Percy Shelley married later in 1816, following the death of his first wife, was publicly identified as its author only with a later edition published in 1823. The 1818 first edition appeared without an author's name attached, accompanied instead by a preface written by Percy Shelley, a decision that led many early readers to assume he himself had written the novel, an assumption Mary Shelley would spend years afterward working to correct as her authorship became more widely known. The novel's themes, the consequences of unchecked scientific ambition, the responsibility a creator holds toward what they bring into being, and the isolation experienced by both the scientist and the creature he abandons, drew increasing critical attention across the decades following its publication, eventually establishing it as one of the founding works of what would later be classified as science fiction. Later scholars have noted that the novel's preoccupation with unintended consequences and with a creation that escapes the control of its creator resonates with a particular clarity when read alongside the story of its own origin. A novel written under a sky whose true cause its author had no way of knowing, produced by a natural event whose own consequences had already escaped any human ability to predict or control. By the time of Mary Shelley's death in 1851, the novel had already been adapted for the stage multiple times, appearing in dramatic productions that took considerable liberties with the original text and helped cement the creature's image in popular imagination, even among audiences who had never read the book itself. The most widely performed of these early stage adaptations premiered in London in 1823, only 5 years after the novel's original publication, and its success helped establish the story's characters as figures recognizable well beyond the readership of the book itself, a form of cultural reach that would only expand further with the arrival of film adaptations more than a century later. None of the reviewers or early readers had any reason to connect the novel's grim, overcast atmosphere to the actual weather the book had been written under, since the connection between Tambora and the cold summer of 1816 remained as unknown to literary audiences as it was to the farmers whose harvests had failed under the same sky. The weather that had trapped the group indoors that summer left its mark beyond literature as well, in the work of painters across Europe who spent the following several years working under skies noticeably different from those any of them had painted before. The English painter J.M.W. Turner, already known for his interest in dramatic light and atmosphere, produced a series of sunset paintings in the years following 1816, featuring unusually vivid red and orange skies, a stylistic shift art historians have since studied in connection with the volcanic aerosols still present in the atmosphere during those years. Turner was traveling through Europe during parts of this period, and his sketchbooks from the years immediately following the eruption include numerous studies of sky and light conditions that differ noticeably in color intensity from his earlier work produced before 1815. His working method involved recording rapid color studies directly from observation, a practice that left behind an unusually well-documented visual record of atmospheric conditions across multiple years, material later researchers would find far more useful for this kind of analysis than the more formal, finished paintings most other artists of the period tended to preserve. Some of these sketchbook studies remained in private and museum collections for well over 100 years before researchers specifically interested in historical climate reconstruction began examining them systematically for evidence of atmospheric conditions during the years following major volcanic eruptions. Art historians researching this period in the 20th century compared documented sunset colors from Turner's paintings against records of major volcanic eruptions throughout his career, finding that his most vividly colored skies consistently corresponded to years following significant eruptions, with the period after Tambora standing out as one of the most pronounced examples in his entire body of work. Later analysis comparing the color values in Turner's skies from this period against known atmospheric conditions found a correlation consistent with the kind of light scattering produced by high concentrations of volcanic aerosol. Though Turner himself, like every other artist working during these years, had no scientific framework available that would have allowed him to understand why the skies he was observing looked the way they did. Other painters working in Europe during the same years produced similar effects in their landscapes, though none achieved the same degree of later scholarly attention as Turner's work, in part because his sketchbooks and exhibited paintings from the period survived in sufficient quantity and detail to allow the kind of systematic color analysis later researchers would apply to them. Near the lake that same summer, in a small farming household outside Geneva, a widow and her elderly father, unnamed in any record but typical of families in the region during this period, the persistent rain and cold posed a far more immediate concern than any question of atmosphere or art. Their modest vineyard, like many across the canton, had produced little that season, the grapes slow to ripen under skies that offered less sun with each passing week, and the household spent much of that summer rationing what stores remained from the previous, more ordinary year. The widow had managed the small property since her husband's death several years earlier, working alongside her father to maintain vines that had in most seasons produced enough surplus to sell in the local market and cover the household's needs through the winter months that followed. Neighboring households across the same stretch of countryside faced comparable losses that season, and local records from cantonal authorities note reduced tithe and tax collections from vineyard-dependent parishes around the lake, a bureaucratic footnote reflecting the same hardship playing out in countless small households, with no reason to expect their circumstances would ever be recorded in any history beyond a tax ledger. Such records, sparse as they are, remain among the only surviving traces of how the season affected the ordinary agricultural population living in the immediate shadow of the villa where a very different kind of record was being created that same summer. That summer, with the harvest already visibly compromised by midsummer, the two of them began preparing for a winter with less income than usual, setting aside a portion of what grapes did ripen for their own use rather than counting on the market sale that had sustained them in prior years. They would have had no occasion to encounter the foreign writers gathered at the villa on the hill above the lake, separated from that circle by both language and circumstance, living through the same disrupted season from the opposite end of its consequences, one household producing a novel that would endure for centuries, the other simply trying to make a poor harvest stretch through another difficult winter. By the time the group at Villa Diodati dispersed that autumn, none of them yet understood what had caused the season they had just lived through, and neither did the widow and her father in the farmhouse below, nor the merchants raising bread prices in Bavaria, nor the families packing wagons on the roads leading out of Vermont. Byron himself left Geneva that autumn, continuing on to Italy, where he would remain for several years, producing further work before his death in Greece in 1824, while supporting the country's War of Independence, a cause entirely unrelated to the summer that had produced Frankenstein and the vampire. Shelley and Mary Shelley returned to England, where they would remain based with periods of travel abroad, until Percy Shelley's death by drowning off the coast of Italy in 1822, an event that left Mary Shelley a widow at the age of 24, with a body of literary work still largely ahead of her. The mountain responsible for all of it sat more than 10,000 miles away, its crater by then more than a year old, its role in the disrupted summer of 1816 as invisible to the people living through the consequences as the aerosol veil itself had been to the naked eye passing overhead. That invisibility would persist for more than a century, not because the connection was impossible to find, but because finding it required tools, records, and a scientific framework that did not yet exist anywhere in the world in 1816, and would take decades, even after their eventual development, to be applied specifically to Tambora and the year it had reshaped. The novel written that summer, and the strange, storm-darkened lake that had produced it, would go on to outlast every farm abandoned in Vermont, every bread riot in Bavaria, and every grave dug in Ireland during the crisis the same mountain had caused. A single cultural artifact carrying forward a memory of 1816 long after its agricultural and economic consequences had faded from most people's direct experience. The first serious attempt to connect a volcanic eruption to a disrupted climate came decades before Tambora itself, though no one working on the problem in that earlier period had any reason to think of the theory as something that might eventually explain 1816. In 1783, a massive eruption at the Loki volcanic system in Iceland released enormous quantities of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, producing a persistent haze across Europe that summer and an unusually cold winter that followed it, conditions that drew the attention of Benjamin Franklin, then serving as the American envoy to France. The Loki eruption itself killed a substantial portion of Iceland's population directly through poisonous gas and the resulting famine on the island, while the haze it produced drifted across continental Europe for months, prompting widespread comment in scientific and popular writing of the period about the strange, persistent dimness hanging over cities as far away as Paris and London. Some historians studying the summer of 1783 have noted parallels between the dry fog observed then and the similar phenomenon reported across Europe in the autumn of 1815, following Tambora's eruption, though at the time no observer in either period had the means to compare the two events directly or recognize them as examples of the same underlying atmospheric process. Franklin, in an essay published in 1784, titled Meteorological Imaginations and Conjectures, proposed that the volcanic dust and vapor from Iceland might have blocked enough sunlight to explain the unusual weather Europe had experienced that year, one of the earliest recorded instances of anyone connecting a specific volcanic event to a subsequent climate disruption on this scale. Franklin's essay received attention within scientific circles of his own period, but did not immediately develop into a broader theory or method for confirming such connections in other cases. And for well over 100 years afterward, the idea remained more a plausible hypothesis than an established scientific framework. Part of the difficulty facing Franklin and his contemporaries was the absence of any reliable way to measure the composition of the upper atmosphere directly, meaning theories about volcanic dust and its effects had to rely on indirect observation of sunsets, temperature records, and reported crop conditions, rather than any direct evidence of the aerosol layer itself. Chemistry and physics, as practiced in the 1780s, simply lacked the instruments and theoretical framework necessary to identify sulfate aerosols as a distinct atmospheric phenomenon. a gap that would not begin closing until well into the following century, as scientific understanding of gases, particles, and their interaction with sunlight advanced considerably beyond what was available to Franklin. The gap between Franklin's initial insight and its eventual confirmation in Tambora's specific case would take more than 100 years to close, requiring advances in meteorology, chemistry, and historical climate reconstruction that did not exist during Franklin's own lifetime, or for decades after his death in 1790. In the early 20th century, an American physicist named William Jackson Humphreys took up the question more systematically, studying historical records of major volcanic eruptions alongside available temperature records in an effort to establish whether a reliable pattern connected the two. Humphreys published research in the 1910s and 1920s arguing that large volcanic eruptions could measurably lower global temperatures by injecting fine particles into the upper atmosphere, work that drew directly on Franklin's earlier speculation, but grounded it in more rigorous analysis of available meteorological data from multiple documented eruptions across different centuries. Humphreys worked as a physicist for the United States Weather Bureau, and his research approach involved compiling temperature records from as many historical stations as he could locate and comparing periods following known major eruptions against periods with no such eruption, searching for a consistent statistical pattern rather than relying on any single case in isolation. His work reflected a broader shift in early 20th century science towards statistical and quantitative methods, an approach that allowed him to argue his case with a degree of rigor unavailable to Franklin, who had worked from observation and reasoned speculation rather than any systematic compilation of comparative data across multiple documented events. His findings, published in scientific journals and later summarized in a book aimed at a broader audience, argued that the pattern held consistently enough across multiple eruptions to establish volcanic activity as a genuine, physically explicable driver of short-term global climate variation rather than a coincidental correlation. Tambora featured prominently in Humphreys's analysis, since its scale made it one of the clearest available examples of the phenomenon he was attempting to establish, and his work represented one of the first instances of a scientist explicitly identifying the 1815 eruption as the probable cause of the disrupted climate that followed it the next year. Humphreys's conclusions were not universally accepted within the scientific community of his own period, and it would take further decades of research, along with the development of new tools for measuring and dating atmospheric conditions from centuries past, before the connection between Tambora and 1816 moved from a plausible hypothesis to a well-supported scientific consensus. Advances in the second half of the 20th century, including the development of techniques for analyzing tree rings and drilling ice cores from glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica, gave researchers tools capable of measuring the actual atmospheric conditions of specific historical years, with a level of precision no observer working in Franklin's or Humphreys's era could have achieved. Tree rings, which grow more narrowly in years of reduced sunlight and cooler temperatures, provided researchers with a year-by-year record of growing conditions stretching back centuries, allowing scientists to identify 1816 specifically as an anomalous year across tree species in regions as far apart as New England and Scandinavia. Ice cores added a complementary layer of evidence, preserving distinct chemical signatures from volcanic sulfate deposits that fell as snow and compacted into ice over subsequent centuries. Layers that researchers could date with enough precision to match specific deposits to specific known eruptions, including Tambora's in 1815. These methods allowed scientists to confirm not only that Tambora's eruption had released enough material to plausibly affect global climate, but to trace the specific timeline of that material's spread across the atmosphere and its gradual decline over the years following the eruption, closing the gap between speculation and confirmed mechanism that had persisted since Franklin's original essay. By the final decades of the 20th century, Tambora's 1815 eruption had become one of the most thoroughly studied examples of what researchers now call a volcanic winter, a term describing the measurable global cooling that follows a sufficiently large eruption's injection of reflective particles into the stratosphere. This body of research did not remain confined to historical curiosity, and in the years since, scientists studying volcanic winters have applied what they learned from Tambora and similar eruptions to a considerably more urgent modern question. What would happen if humanity attempted to replicate a version of the same cooling effect deliberately, on purpose, as a response to a warming climate? The field known as solar radiation management, or more broadly as solar geoengineering, proposes introducing reflective aerosol particles into the stratosphere in a controlled manner, drawing directly on the physical mechanism Tambora demonstrated naturally in 1815. The same sulfate aerosols that starved farms in Vermont and sparked bread riots in Bavaria, deployed instead as a deliberate tool intended to offset rising global temperatures. Proposed methods for such an intervention typically involve dispersing sulfate particles, or in some proposals other reflective compounds, at high altitude using specially designed aircraft, a delivery mechanism entirely different from a volcanic eruption, but intended to produce a broadly similar atmospheric effect once the particles reach the stratosphere. Some proposals envision a continuous, gradually adjustable program rather than a single large deployment, an approach intended to allow researchers to monitor effects and adjust the scale of intervention over time, in explicit contrast to the sudden, uncontrolled release that characterized Tambora's own eruption. Modeling studies attempting to project the effects of such a program forward rely heavily on comparing projected outcomes against the observed historical record of both Tambora and Pinatubo, using the actual measured cooling and precipitation changes from those natural events as a baseline against which computer simulations of a deliberate program can be checked for plausibility. Climate models used to evaluate these proposals draw heavily on data gathered from Tambora and other historical eruptions, since natural eruptions provide the only real-world evidence available of how a large-scale stratospheric aerosol injection actually behaves once introduced into Earth's atmosphere. Information no laboratory experiment could fully replicate at the necessary scale. Researchers studying this approach today use Tambora, along with the more recent and better instrumented 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo, as natural case studies for understanding how such an intervention might behave at a global scale, since both eruptions provide real-world data on how aerosol particles distribute themselves through the atmosphere and how long their cooling effect persists before fading. The proposal remains highly controversial among scientists and policymakers, both because of significant uncertainty about unintended regional consequences, including potential disruption to rainfall patterns in exactly the kind of way that damaged harvests across Europe and New England in 1816, and because of broader questions about who would control such an intervention and what governance structure could be trusted to manage a tool with effects reaching every country on the planet simultaneously. Critics of the approach point directly to 1816 as a cautionary example, noting that the same cooling mechanism proposed as a potential climate solution produced, in its natural form, crop failures severe enough to trigger famine, mass migration, and disease outbreaks across 2 continents within a single year. Proponents of continued research counter that a carefully modeled, gradually implemented intervention would differ substantially from the sudden, uncontrolled release of a volcanic eruption. Though they generally acknowledge that regional side effects, including altered precipitation patterns, remain among the least well understood aspects of any such proposal, even after decades of modeling work. Small-scale experimental research into the underlying atmospheric chemistry has proceeded in various countries in recent years, though full-scale deployment remains, as of the most recent scientific literature on the subject, a theoretical proposal rather than an active program, constrained as much by unresolved questions of governance and equity as by any remaining scientific uncertainty about the mechanism itself. International discussions on the topic have increasingly focused on the question of governance specifically, since a stratospheric intervention deployed by any single country or coalition would affect weather patterns and agricultural conditions well beyond that country's own borders, raising questions with no clear precedent in existing international law or diplomatic practice. What makes this modern research particularly striking, when set against the story of Tambora, is how directly it traces back to an eruption whose consequences no one alive in 1816 could explain, on an island most of them had never heard of, destroying a kingdom whose language vanished along with its last speakers. The same physical process that buried a kingdom under ash, drowned villages under a wave crossing the Flores Sea, and starved tens of thousands of people across Sumbawa and Lombok before spreading invisibly around the entire planet to ruin harvests on 2 continents, is today studied by climate scientists as a potential tool for managing the warming of the modern world. The mountain that Raffles dispatched an officer to investigate, that Owen Phillips walked across in silence, that produced a sound mistaken for cannon fire more than 1,600 miles from its summit, remains today one of the primary reference points scientists use when trying to understand what a deliberate, human-engineered version of the same event might do to the planet's climate. Sumbawa itself has, in the 2 centuries since the eruption, been resettled and rebuilt, its population recovering gradually across generations, though the crater at Tambora's summit remains a permanent feature of the island's landscape, visited today by researchers and a small number of travelers drawn by the mountain's place in both geological and human history. Modern Sumbawa is home to a population many times larger than it held in 1815, with communities now established across much of the land that ash once buried, farming soil that, after 2 centuries of recovery, has returned to producing rice and other crops on ground that took generations to become fertile again. Tourism connected specifically to the eruption's history has grown modestly in recent decades, with a small number of visitors each year making the climb to the crater rim specifically because of the mountain's documented place in global environmental and cultural history, rather than for any more conventional scenic reason. The mountain itself remains active in a geological sense, monitored today by Indonesian volcanological authorities using instruments capable of detecting the kind of pressure changes that, in an earlier era, gave no warning at all before the mountain's magma chamber finally failed in April of 1815. Researchers who study Tambora directly, hiking to the crater rim that Owen Phillips could only estimate by eye during his 1815 visit, now work with instruments capable of measuring the crater's exact dimensions, its ongoing geological activity, and the composition of the rock and ash layers that recorded the eruption's precise sequence of events. Geological surveys conducted in recent decades have used these ash layers to reconstruct the eruption's timeline with a precision far beyond what any observer present in 1815 could have documented, confirming details of the eruption sequence that Phillips's own account, based entirely on second-hand testimony gathered months later, could only approximate. The kingdom of Tambora itself was never rebuilt in any form resembling what existed before April of 1815, and the language once spoken by its 10,000 residents survives only in the fragmentary word list a passing visitor recorded before the eruption, a language extinguished in a single week by a mountain its own speakers had never had reason to fear. Linguists studying that surviving word list have been able to establish that the Tambora language was not closely related to other languages spoken elsewhere on Sumbawa or across the wider Indonesian archipelago, meaning its disappearance in 1815 eliminated not just a set of words, but an entire distinct branch of human linguistic history, with no close relatives left to study in its place. That loss remains, among all the consequences traced through this account, one of the few that admits no possibility of recovery, no rebuilding, and no modern research program capable of restoring what a single week in April of 1815 erased permanently from the world. Vermont and New Hampshire recovered their agricultural stability within a few years of 1816, though the demographic shift the failed harvest triggered, the thousands of families who left for Ohio and Indiana and never returned, permanently altered the trajectory of towns across the region in ways still visible in population records generations later. Some New England towns that lost a significant share of their population in 1816 and 1817 never fully recovered their prior numbers, instead settling into a smaller, more stable population that persisted for the remainder of the 19th century, a pattern demographers have since linked directly back to the single catastrophic season that first triggered the outmigration. The descendants of those who resettled on the frontier during this period became part of the foundational population of both states, and genealogical records tracing family lines back to this migration remain a common thread among residents of the American Midwest who research their own family history today. Ireland's recovery from the famine and fever of 1816 through 1819 proved far more fragile, and the structural vulnerabilities the crisis exposed in the country's dependence on a narrow range of staple crops would resurface with even greater severity 3 decades later during the far larger famine of the 1840s that followed the failure of the potato crop across the entire country. Historians studying Irish agricultural policy in the decades between these two crises have noted that few of the structural vulnerabilities exposed in 1816 were meaningfully addressed before the far larger catastrophe of the 1840s arrived, a gap between warning and reform that meant the lessons of the earlier, smaller crisis went largely unlearned by the time they mattered most. Frankenstein has never gone out of print since its first publication in 1818, and the novel's central image, a creation whose consequences escape the full understanding or control of the one who made it, continues to be invoked today in conversations about technologies ranging from artificial intelligence to genetic engineering. Conversations largely unaware that the novel's origin traces back to the same volcanic event now studied by scientists proposing to engineer the climate on purpose. The term Frankenstein's monster, and the broader shorthand of calling any technology a Frankenstein creation, entered common English usage so thoroughly in the 2 centuries since the novel's publication that many people invoking the phrase today have never read the original text or know any detail of the storm-bound summer that produced it. Film adaptations beginning in the early 20th century further cemented the creature's image in global popular culture, developing a visual identity distinct from anything described in Mary Shelley's original prose, but recognizable across nearly every culture, with access to cinema by the century's end. The 1931 film adaptation, in particular, established a visual language for the creature that persists in popular imagination today, an image now more widely recognized worldwide than the written descriptions found in Mary Shelley's own text. Academic interest in the novel has, if anything, grown rather than diminished with time, and university courses across multiple disciplines, literature, the history of science, and increasingly the ethics of emerging technology, continue to assign the novel as a foundational text for exploring the relationship between innovation and unintended consequence. That relationship between innovation and unintended consequence describes the novel's plot precisely, and it describes the eruption that shaped the summer producing it with equal precision. It also describes, in its own way, the slow scientific journey from Franklin's early speculation to Humphreys's statistical argument, to the ice cores and tree rings that finally confirmed what no one alive in 1816 could have proven, a chain of unintended discovery stretching across 2 centuries, each step building on work its own author could not have fully anticipated. The connections do not end there. Every one of these threads, the science of volcanic winters, the modern proposals for deliberate atmospheric intervention, the demographic reshaping of New England, the enduring cultural footprint of a novel written during a storm-bound summer, traces back to the same several days in April of 1815, when a mountain most of the world had never heard of produced a sound loud enough to be mistaken for war. No one who heard that sound understood, in the moment, what it actually meant. Not the soldiers on Java who readied their weapons for an attack that never came. Not Raffles, compiling reports from an island he had barely known existed before the disaster forced his attention toward it. Not the Raja of Sangar, describing 3 columns of fire to a British officer sent to document what remained. Not the New England farmers replanting corn a 3rd time in a single ruined summer. Not the writers at Villa Diodati, filling a rain-soaked evening with ghost stories that would outlive every one of them. The mountain did not announce what it had done, and it would be over a century before anyone fully understood the shape of what had actually happened. A single eruption reaching across the entire world, touching a kingdom, a famine, a migration, and a novel, all traced back to the same several days on a small island in the Flores Sea. This has been Quiet History at Bedtime. If you found value in this story, a subscribe, a like, or turning on notifications helps this channel keep telling the histories that go untold. Thank you for listening, and for letting this play through to the end. Good night, and sleep well.